Yellow, 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 everyone, and welcome to another stream. How are we doing today? I hope you guys are doing just fine. I am just getting everything in order. Gosh, it's been a little bit, huh? It's been a little bit since the last time we did the stream thing. Oh, hold on. Very important check. Anyways, here's Wonderwall. There we go. Today is gonna be the day. All right, that works. I can put this up here. I don't really need to look at that necessarily. Let me just clear out my stuff. Okay. That's all figured out. That's all moved everywhere. Let me just clear these notifs. Wait, why is Shanahan trending right now? What did Shanahan do? Hold on. Hold on. We're reading. I mean, hold on. We're reading. Oh, right. They picked up the wide receiver. That's right. Okay. I thought Shanahan did something either really good or really bad. It looks all right. What he did was all right. Kyle Shanahan being the coach of the San Francisco 49ers in the NFL, which is not what we're here for, but because I was, I I was closing my Twitter. I needed to see what that was. All right, closing that. I guess we have to keep this here. I'll just leave it in the background. Otherwise, that gets moved somewhere else. I have one more window. Here we go. We got the window. We're ready. Let's go. All right, we're doing art today. I've done a couple of these without you guys. As we could see, we're now on the 8 of diamonds, which in theory I should be further ahead of this, but like it is what it is. This is what we got so far. Can I get these all on one page? I can. These are all I have, which looking at it like this isn't a lot, but this is 20 cards. I believe it's 20 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 14. Yep, it's 20 cards. We're working on our 21st card. Again, out of a deck of 52. I took one day not doing any cards, and I spent that day instead working on the overlay. Which I guess I could show you. I just need to open up Roll20 real quick so you guys can get like the full conceptualization. Also, I don't know if my mic works on the next. Well, we'll find out. All right, looks like I do now have my mic here. Oh, let me just launch that real quick. You'll see I have, this is not, I'm thinking of doing something like this for the overlay. This is just like the grid I have right now. So this is not the official overlay. This is me just kind of like laying everything out. Also I think I plan on having the, I think I plan on having, can I write a number on here? I can. Ugh, I heavily dislike the zoom in, zoom out of Roll20. Let me tell you that right now. The fact it doesn't keep it is probably one of the most, if not the most annoying thing they possibly could have chosen here. A little bit bigger than that. Maybe it is 51. Something like that. That's why I have it, because I also have the grid lines on. I have the actual overlay on Roll20 also, so I could line it up with this one. But I'm thinking something like this, where I have an assigned slot on the Roll20, so I could put all the cards in. And then on the right side, having the like progression for, because we have to progress 10 tiles. The tiles for the most part meaning one day, until I reach the last one, which is the X. That's a 10th tile. Having some sort of something over there on the side. Maybe I'll keep with the like hex concept they have in the book. But that's what I plan on putting over there. And then over on the right is where I plan to put me. Or on the left is where I plan to put me next to where the 6 is. And where I plan to put the like Roll20 roll, which is just a D whatever. But this is for the most part what I'm planning to do, I think. And I went through a lot of iterations of this. Like, if you recall, I wanted to have these cards all in one line. And I tried that. You couldn't read the text. And it was so blurry, I could barely read the text. This way I could read the text, and you can hopefully read the text also, if you so desire. You know, if you make the window a little bit larger, you should be able to see it, you know? But yeah, so that's like the conceptualization I have at the moment for this. And that's what I spent a lot of time working on, trying to figure out the best way to have this on the screen for you guys. And I kind of almost want to segment it off like that also, kind of like once again, I think it's like a poker table, a blackjack table. One of the tables has the like white outlines for where you're supposed to put the cards. Maybe it's a poker table. when you're like putting down the card. Whatever. I've seen the conceptualization where you put the where there's outlines for where the card should go. And that's kind of like where I'm going with this. Um for the most part, I don't believe I have a huge amount of stuff I want to do like OBS side. I think for the most part what I'm doing is stuff on my actual fuck, I forgot to turn something on. Hold on. I guess you don't have to hold on. I can keep talking. It's just going to be obnoxious for me to do this because I always forget to do it. Um yeah, I don't have a huge amount of thoughts as to anything fancy I want to do on OBS aside from like switching from cameras. And even then that's like a little bit away. I'm not I still this weekend, actually tonight, I plan on after stream, I'm cleaning off my desk. I'm taking and I'm spending like the hour or two it's going to take to clean out my tower and clean off and find where to put the stuff I have on my little table next to me where I'm going to put my computer on. And then just also clean off my desk in general and organize some stuff. But that's happening tonight. Hopefully, crossing my fingers. I want to do it tonight. And if not tonight, this sometime this weekend. If not tomorrow, Sunday. But yeah, so that's the plans for today. For right now, what we're working on is this card, which you guys have been staring at for a while. It is what did I write? At the crest of the hill, you pass by a mega mech the old world used in the war. An intricate machine of destruction reduced into a pile of scrap. What does the sight invoke? Originally in the book, it is you see one of the mega mechs the old worlders used in battle as he crests the hill. Was an intricate machine of war and destruction. It is now just a huge pile of scrap metal. What images does the sight conjure in your mind? And again, I edit the descriptions down so they better fit in the card. That's not because I think what I write is better or worse. It is very long to put that on this card. In fact, I copy paste it onto the card and it never fits. So I like to have the final question. I like to have the final question on the last line on the description. So at the crest of the hill, you pass by a mega mech the old world used to use. And to clarify, the sort of the art style we're going for here is like hyperpop, art pop. So, in other words, none of the colors should be the color they are in real life. Thematically, I have some things I'm doing. Where like I use certain colors to signify certain things. Um but for the most part, I'm not very picky about that. So long as it's a bright color, I'm not gonna besmirch it, you know? At the crest of a hill. I also we're at this point with how many of these cards we have to go and the fact that I was sick for so long. Um we're just I had different visions for what I'm doing, but now it's just like we're hard vibing this. Whatever I start doing, that's it. That's what the vibe is. Wow, that was all one, huh? But yeah, look forward to doing a lot of stuff this weekend to finish up the stream side of stuff for Wednesday. I am a big fan of this. I was telling a friend yesterday about this this stream thing I'm doing. I'm sorry, I just spoke. Sorry, I just choked on my own spit. That was unfun. That was violent, but we're good. We're Gucci. Yeah, I was telling a friend about how I started doing this series on my channel. Because I got tired of not having anything to show on my channel that was TTRPG specific. Despite like having been in the space for a while, I just didn't really have much to show for it. With channels, you know, being born and dying constantly, I could not show you like and me for certainly forgetting games I've been in, or some of them just simply not having any record of them outside of the VOD that has now since disappeared. I don't have much to show for it. I remember there was a casting call for a game that I was kind of interested in. Trying to get on, and I don't usually like go for casting calls. But it was an intriguing enough concept that I really considered it. However, the deciding factor of me not like going on to it or applying for it was that they asked for a reel. And I'm just like, oh, I don't have a reel. And I was just like, I've been on like a couple of shows recently. I guess I could like go on and look for interesting moments I was on in those streams. But at the end of the day, it was a little too stressful for me to continue on for it. Because it was stressing me out looking for it. Because it was like making me also hyper aware of just like how I perceive some moments versus how they came out on stream. Because one of my biggest weaknesses as like a stream a stream player is that I forget to look at the camera. In fact, it's almost like I purposely am avoiding the camera. I look down a lot. And so I just became like even more acutely aware that that was a thing that I didn't. Oh man. You know the vibes, you know what it's like. But yeah, so sorry, this window's a little too thick for me. There we go. But yeah, it also made me heavily aware that like I didn't have enough game content on my own to be able to like create a comprehensive list, right? Because I'd only been in a couple of games, and I'll be completely honest with you, I wasn't putting 1,000% into those. Because I was I was just getting back into the habit of things. So I was really letting other people kind of take the reins. But that like was one of the things that like really spurred me on to figure it out. Like figure out a way that I could do something on my channel because again, I'm not GMing really isn't my thing. When I was playtesting my own game and my own adventures and stuff like that in the past, I simply did not have the bone in me. And I understand it's like a skill you develop, but it's also just not something I enjoyed enough to want to continue to do so and learn how to be better, right? And so I've been thinking, and it's something like I've been thinking about before. I even wanted to make like my own a long time ago. I even created like a new channel that was supposed to be just for like me doing TTRPG things, about writing and running games. And then ended up not panning out for several reasons. And so after watching Trooper play his solo TTRPG, that's when I was like, ah, yes, this is something I feel like I can try. This is the first time this kind of genre of game has appealed to me, and I liked the idea of streaming it, right? Because for solo games, I had really only considered it for myself, playing it actually solo, right? And it wasn't until I watched Trooper play that I was like, ah, let me. I think there might be more here, um, that I could do with this, and so from there, that's just how it worked out. And I've been very enthusiastic about working on these things. Like, I get tired of working on these cards or tired of working on like the evidence cards and suspect cards of before. But what really just keeps me going is simply the fact that I can't wait to not have to worry about this when I'm actually doing the game. That's kind of like what keeps me going. Did I mention that we're doing this for vibes? Like what's being drawn is for the vibes. I'm not really putting a terrible amount of thought into these. I mean, I'm putting a terrible amount of thought in it. I'm putting a lot of thought into what I'm doing in the way that I'm doing it, but not like so much that I'm just like that I'm gonna get hung up on some things. But yeah, so I've already picked out the next TTRPG we're gonna do because looking at the schedule, The next time oh, I'm so sorry. I just smacked the fuck out of you guys. The next time I do this is on the 29th. That's our next game. And between like I would say between like the 6th of May until probably like the second week of June, it's going to be very Destiny 2 heavy because there's a new expansion coming out in first week of June. And I haven't touched the game really in earnest in I would say like 3-4 months, so I need to get back to it. Um and some exciting things are happening in Destiny right now that I've kind of been dying to play, but I've been having to do this instead. Which again, I'm enthusiastic to do, because I'm excited about it, but also it is very much fueling my I don't wanna. I wanna do the fun thing vibe. And I need this to be bigger actually now that I'm looking at it. This is so tiny. Um but I'm really we're pushing through because the faster I get this done, the faster I can go do Destiny things. Like a child having to reward myself. Um but yeah, so the next time I do this is going to be the 29th of May. And because it's going to be Destiny heavy that month, I am not going to have nearly as much time to do any extravagant prep like this. Um like I'm doing at this very second. Um so I've chosen a game that's going to be a little bit more not preparations light, but like but like things I'd feel inclined to stream light. Like this, I need to stream this because I quite literally don't have enough hours in the day to do this sort of thing. Um on top of a normal stream. It would either be I make these cards and don't stream, or I don't stream and these cards don't get made, right? And we would all rather I'd be streaming rather than not streaming. So here I am. Yeah, the next game isn't going to be nearly as stream heavy prep. A lot of the prep I can do on my own time. But I'm not putting too much thought into it. There are some cool things that I had an idea of as I was reading the as I was reading through the system. That I was enthusiastic to that I am still very enthusiastic to try out. Let me tell you, coming up with mechs that aren't or robots that aren't already um in an existing game, not easy. Let me tell you that right now, not easy. But I am looking forward to playing the next game. I'm trying not to think about it too much because I don't want to distract myself by trying to figure out some logistics while I haven't finished this game. um but there are some things I have to do a little bit more research into the system itself because I kind of got bored reading the system. And the only thing I don't like about the system, I'll say right now before I name it, is that it's written in the perspective of introducing it to people who've only ever played TTRPGs like D&D, Pathfinder. It uses a lot of language to get those audiences to understand the mechanics of this game. And also some of the language in the game gets confusing. Um, and with the painstaking effort they put to make the game understandable in RPG layman's terms, I'd say. It's a little like Weird Champ that they didn't put the same effort in to editing the actual language in the game itself to make sense, to not be confusing outside of context, because for the most part when you're reading a book, you're not doing so you're not reading it for the first time. Every time you pick up the book, you're not reading it for the first time. It's actually one of my biggest pet peeves in TTRPGs when I'm reading through a book and it is clearly written for the first time reader and it's not written for the player, for the player playing it for the fifth, sixth, seventh time, right? The player that is flipping through the book halfway through a campaign trying to find information about something. And I'm sure there's like some purpose as to why that's the way it is. Maybe it's easier to just introduce things to people. Um, but it annoys me to no end that that is a um that is a thing that exists in books. The person who's going to be reading the book the most is the person playing it. And if it's not easy to find the stuff um you need as a player for the book, then what is the point of giving me the book? You know? But that's my main pet peeve is when books are written for the first time viewer and not the long time player. I guess because they assume you'll figure out your own, you will have written all the information you need on like your character sheet or something. I don't know. But it annoys the hell out of me. And so reading through the book, my friend, how are you? I screeched that in my car, by the way. Hey, Kalino! How are you? I love that. I love that for you, Kalino. And I love that for me, honestly. I hope you're good, Kalino. My friend. ¿Cómo estás? Um, and so yeah, there's some language things in the book that I'm a little annoyed about. Um, that I already know is gonna bother the hell out of me as I continue forth into learning more about the system. I'm to the point. That's why I like to do my own outline of the books or of the systems for the solo TTRPG stuff because I need to understand all the rules. Um, so I need to make sure that I sit down and analyze every word of the system, good and bad. And it's a sin a lot of games do. It's not just a system I'm playing now, or I'm gonna be playing in the future. It's a sin of many systems. Estoy muy bien, gracias. Y tú también bien, gracias. También estoy también bien, Kalino. Gracias, gracias. All right, that's our mega mech. We're on diamond ocho. Ocho, ocho, ocho. Alright, let's save that. Let's move the tablet back over here so I could use it as a monitor. So I can now adjust everything. Alright, so I can write everything over here. 8 to 9. Come up here, we're gonna duplicate this layer. We're gonna rename it to 9. We're gonna hide that one, unlock this one, go to that tool. We're gonna copy and paste from the PDF. And then I get to do this. This would probably be the easiest category for myself if I liked how they worded things in this game. All right, someone's crumbling family home. You can tell which rooms were for sleeping, which were shared. A family lived here, perhaps. They enjoyed a peaceful life. Does that matter anymore? Will you stay there? I don't think I need to ask myself that question. I feel like the game itself asks that question, right? It sounds like a cat is screaming in this drive-thru. Oh no? Oh no? I mean, you are out in the middle of nowhere, Kalino. It might be. It might be a big cat. I guess they're not big cats, like cougars and stuff. And I mean the cat, not the other one, of the other version. You walk through the crumbling shell of a home, finding rooms for sleeping and rooms for recreation. The family who lived here knew peace. Will you stay there? Maybe that. The family who lived here knew peace before survival. You stay? Let's do that. This is another prompt. But yeah, this would probably be the easiest category if I didn't have to stop and rewrite every single thing. Like, I would go through it so fast because all of these are basically prompts. Almost none of these I've had to change the icon stuff for. Alrighty then. Moving everything back into spot. Actually, I have an idea. I have an idea. You know what's always impressive to me about the internet is how purposefully obtuse people are on the internet. Like, I feel like it's not difficult to just simply understand, but I feel like it's easier for people to never look into things themselves and just read headlines and purposefully stay ignorant to the reality of the situation. Um, for example, I think there's a lot you can criticize Taylor Swift about her last year. Um, her lack of speaking out about global current events, um, using her voice instead of just her money. Um, about the fact that her Eras Tour movie aired in Israel, um, about the fact that she never publicly said anything about her dating Matty Healy when he's known um to make extremely racist remarks and then try to pull the no, it was a joke. It's just a joke, bro. Which for the record, racist remarks are never a joke. Only racists make racist jokes. Just, for the record. It's like, I'm sure it's always funny when the racist remarks don't apply to you. And I bet you they're the first to get very defensive about when you make racist jokes about them. But or quote unquote racist jokes about them. But I think people are being purposefully obtuse about certain lyrics in Taylor Swift's most recent album, right? There's a song in which she says the words, let's see. If I just look that up, will you see? I hate it here. I hate it here. Lyrics. So the lyric itself isolated in verse 2 is, I'd say the 1830. Wish we could. My friends used to play a game where we would pick a decade we wish we could live in instead of this. I'd say the 1830s, but without all the racists and getting married off for the highest bid. And the whole verse goes, everyone looked down because it wasn't fun now. Seems like it was never even fun back then. Nostalgia is a mind's trick. If I'd been there, I'd hate it. It was freezing in the palace, right? That's the whole lyric. In a song called I Hate It Here. But people are taking the isolation of, I'd say the 1830s, but without all the racists and getting married off for the highest bid. That is the lyric people are taking out of the song and just taking it. With like the understanding that the context is choosing a year you would want to live in. And people are acting like they've never heard of playing a game like this. Never in their life have they learned about a new year in their history classes or after reading a book and been like, wow, that's such an idealistic time. Wouldn't it be cool to have lived during those eras instead of the one I live in now? Apparently no one in their lives has ever played that game. And I know that people have played that game, especially on TikTok, because it's a TikTok meme to always be like, of people being like, man, I really wish I lived in the 1950s. And then people in the comments immediately being like, oh, I'd love to be in the 1950s if it weren't for all the rampant racism and all of the lack of rights. And then people are like, haha, you're right. It would actually suck during those years. So it's like, it's not like it's a foreign concept. And I refuse to believe people haven't had that conversation of like, oh, it would be cool to live during this era. And then immediately be like, oh, yeah, but actually they don't have electricity. They don't have this. They don't have that. Actually, it would suck to live during that time. And it's just like, it's the fact that Taylor Swift also tried to get ahead of it by writing, but without all the racist and being sold off to the highest bid. I'm just like, you guys cannot tell me you've never watched Little Women. And it's like, it was a very popular movie right before quarantine by Greta Gerwig. And there's been like Greta Gerwig, and there's been like a bajillion types of bajillion remakes of that movie based off of the very popular book. And it's just, it drives me insane that people are purposefully taking it out of context to use it for their own using it for their own intentions, right? Their intention being, I hate Taylor Swift because she's a popular artist and people talk about her all the time. And I'm tired of and Taylor Swift is overexposed and I'm tired of hearing about it. And therefore I'm going to make a big fuss out of nothing so other people can also share my hatred of her and we could all hate Taylor Swift so she stops showing up. Um and I'm just like, fam, there's not a singular, like, be so fucking for real right now. Be so freaking for real with me right now. There is not a singular shot that you did not play that game when you were younger. And maybe the argument is that Taylor Swift is not younger. But at the same time, I'm just like, it's a song about nostalgia. The entire album has to do with nostalgia. I'm just like, when did media literacy, just purposely not being media literate, when did that happen? Because we're choosing to do this. You're choosing to be purposefully obtuse about this subject. And again, I think there's a lot to criticize Taylor Swift about, but that lyric is not one of them. And I think the way people are being so critical of it is the exact wrong way to go about it. It's sincerely wild to me. It's also wild to me that no matter how many songs Taylor Swift makes about stop speculating about my love life, um, people immediately listen to that song and be like, oh my gosh, I need to speculate about her private life. I'm like, bam. Why are we being so disrespectful? Like Taylor Swift is shares so much of her life through her music, and the fact that people will still be like, no, I need to know more. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna speculate every second of this song. Whatever. It's like and like just seeing it all over TikTok and Twitter and stuff like that. I'm just like, I could never. I mean, we've talked about it before. How just like fame is one of the most exhausting things. It's like I don't know what that would be like to be like Taylor Swift popular because that seems like a nightmare. It also seems like a bit of a frustration about the current state of things that people are just choosing something and deciding that that's what they're going to be mad at instead of actually being mad at what's happening in the world right now. I'm like, you can vocally be angry about what's happening right now. You don't have to offset that anger onto a scapegoat right now. Just be angry. I promise it'll be fine. Just be angry. It's like I'm very proud of the children for being so outspoken about things. But at the same time, like, come on, let's just be a little smarter about it. You discredit yourself with your obtuseness. And that's just my thoughts on that. Also, I've heard the argument a lot about how apparently it's just due to just popularity. It's just a lot of the criticisms come from just the fact that she's popular right now. I won't get into it. It's I just will say it is frustrating. Sure, let's do that. Let me tell you, one of the hardest things about this is just choosing fucking colors. You realize how few colors exist when you have to choose only strong colors. Am I in love with this? No. Are we just gonna have to deal with it? Yes. Yeah, maybe we make it like this. Maybe I'll hate this a little less. But yeah, so I am looking forward for the next TTRPG we do. Like I said, I already have it picked out after um the week after we play this. I'm gonna sit down, write down the outline for it, and once I have the rules down, I'll be able to better conceptualize the things I kind of want. Because I think this is gonna be a very interactive game, this next one. Um, and I think it'll be interactive in a fun way. I just need to figure out how to do it using like either streamer bot, mix it up, nightbot. Um, it just depends on what exactly I'm gonna want. Which again relies on me reading through the rules again. I just did a quick like read through to see if the game itself was something I was interested in as a whole. Because as a concept, I thought it was a very interesting game, you know? I saw it advertised a while ago, and then I saw somebody I follow. Um, I saw someone who I follow stream it with somebody else, or was streaming it with somebody else, and I was like, fine, I'll look into it again. I already hate this a little bit less, so now we're just gonna call it there. Export as a ping. It's a diamond 9. And now they'll throw you back up, so you're a monitor, and I can copy and paste things onto you, and more importantly, label my things. It feels unhinged to have this many choices, but like to have everything in one doc or in one file, but I feel like it would be a little bit more unhinged if I saved 52 versions of this file over and over again. All right, let's unlock that. Go into that tool. Oh, here we go. This is going to be one of our first dice rolls. All right. We're rolling our dice twice. Tires with a Y. That's wild. The rubber tires have rusted out? I guess that's why with it was with the Y, maybe? Maybe tires with the Y is not the rubber part of the tire, but rather the rim. If you know how to ride. Hey, Breviathan, tires is a Euro way of spelling it. Hope you're doing well today, Breviathan. Zeno spells it like that all the time. Tires with a Y. That's good to know, so I will change it to an I. But the rubber tires have rusted out, but you can still ride it. I feel like if they're rusted out, you can in fact not ride it, but let's rewrite this. A bike. The tires are under a tarp. You uncover a bike under a heavy tarp. The body, the body and the tires and the rims are have are rusted, but the tarp has prevented a total breakdown, a total prevented but it's mostly cosmetic. You could still write it if you know how. If you knew how to. Do you? I know how to ride. Oh, snap. You uncover a bike under a heavy tarp. The body and the rims are rusted, but it's mostly cosmetic. You could still ride it if you knew how to. Do you? I feel like that gets the message across. Actually, before I do that, let me see. Do we like that? Or do we like that being at the end there? Still right. You uncover a bike under a heavy tarp. Body and the rims are rusty, but it's mostly cosmetic. It is mostly cosmetic. You could still write it. I think I'm good there. I think I'm good with how that is. You find you uncover a bike under a heavy part. You find the cart. You find you find a bike under a heavy tarp. The body and the rims are rusty, but it is mostly cosmetic. You could still ride it if you knew how to. Do you? You could still ride it. If you knew how to. You could still ride it. If you knew how to. Do you? I feel it's like too many ellipses for me, but okay. I like that better. I like that better. All right. Let's lock you. Let's come back down here. Let's undo that. Hit our brush button, move our tablet back over so I can start doing the drawing and things. All right, you find a bike under a heavy tarp. I am in this. It shows in our PDF over here on the side. It shows an actual motorbike. I'm not thinking motorbike. I am thinking I am thinking a bicycle bike. What do I want? Do some Lakers colors out here. Lakers right now getting absolutely demolished by the Nuggets, I'm hearing. It's like I'm not really on Lakers or Nuggets TikTok, but I am on Nikola Jokic um TikTok. Doing those there. All right. This bike. Yeah, let's do like a blue. And then actually this way. Oh, this is where I realize I don't actually know what the inside of a bike looks like. Now that I'm thinking about it, I know it's like a couple of pipes in the middle. But I don't know what the like. Hold on, let's off to Google I go. Okay, so here we have like a dot that then like goes this way. And this is where like our handlebars are, right? And then we have another one of those things. Hold on. This wheel is all kind of wonky. Okay, we have that there. Okay. And then this has a little thing to the pedal that has our little pedal thing. And then from this, we go back here to like where our seat is going to be. And then from here, this intersects this one, and then also goes to this. Not in a straight line, but it goes to that also. It's my affiliate anniversary? Is it really? Thank you so much. Is it my... Where do you see that it's my affiliate anniversary? And go to home, maybe? Does home tell me? Hey, Nilly! Chat has a thing. Oh, 30 months. Hey, yo. Thank you so much, Nilly. It prompted you to say that? Thank you so much for 30 whole months. I hope you're doing well today, Nilly. I want to know how you guys, I appreciate that it tells you guys. I would also appreciate it if it told me, guys. Is it over here? Oh, God. Get off of that screen. It's just the affiliate contract. Affiliate onboarding? No. That's streamer survey, moderation, channel, stream events. Oh, there we go. Celebrating today. Oh, thank you so much. Celebrate my affiliate anniversary, April 26th, 2018. That's apparently when I made the channel, I'm assuming, or when I became affiliate. My scheduled celebrations begin. My scheduled celebrations. Great. I'm so glad we mutually agreed to do that. Yeah, it's dinner and Bellator time. Nice. 7 a.m. the day before and conclude 7 a.m. the day after. 48 hours total due to our system including using UTC GMT -5 time. While the celebration is active, it cannot be snoozed or ended. Well, the more we know. Celebrate important moments with the community. Change the stream date, skip or disable any of your events at any time. Well, hey, Chad, it's our affiliate anniversary. If I had known that, I would have thrown that in the title as a bait. Affiliate anniversary. Affiliate B-Day. Let's write it that way. Hello, 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 hello. Well, the more we know. I had no idea. Well, there we go. Now we have it in the chat. I hope you guys are doing well today. What did you get, Kalina? What did you get at the drive-thru? What you pick up? Let's make this a little bit bigger, since it's kind of the focal point of this. And let's like do a tarp on the ground over here. If only I knew how to do fabric folds off the top of my head. I don't though. You got a crunch wrap. Ayo. Oh, you got Kitty a crunch wrap. Let's go. What did you get you, Talina, my friend, who definitely isn't having a problem eating right now? Remembering to eat. Just gonna make like a just do like a pile of bumpiness, and then from there I just try and figure it out. What's important is that we tried to make it look like a tarp. You ate a chicken sandwich, you promise? You better have. Let me move this back over onto this. Oh, actually, I can't have you over here because it'll cover up my stuff. Well, the more you know. Let's see. 2018 is when I first became an affiliate. That was 6 years ago, eh? 6 whole years ago. You guys want to hear some lesbian celebrity tea that's happening right now that has the community a little bit up in a tizzy? There's this soccer player named Ashlyn Harris. And Ashlyn Harris was the backup goalkeeper for the U.S. women's national team for a good long while. She also played on Portland. I don't think it was Portland. Seattle, maybe? No, it wasn't Seattle. She played somewhere. She was the head goalkeeper on some NWSL team or whatever it was called beforehand. She was all right. She wasn't my favorite. I wasn't enthused to have her to be one of the backups. Let's just put it that way. But she was well known as being one of the one of the few out U.S. women national, or one of the U.S. women's national team players that was out. And it was heavily rumored for years prior to them coming out that she was in a relationship with Ali Krieger, who was another U.S. women's national team player. And so when they did eventually come out, that they were a couple, it was first of all, an open secret. B, people were ecstatic, because they were like, "Oh my God, we have our first, I believe, U.S. women national team official couple out there," and people were like super hype about it, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things you need to know about Ashlyn Harris is that Ashlyn Harris looks like your very typical, soft butch, a fuckboy. There is nothing about her that when you looked at her, you would think, yes, they are definitely not going to break your heart type of lesbians. But it's a canon event. We can't interfere, guys. Everyone has to have a relationship like that. But Ashley, it looked like she was settling down. Ali Krieger is a very beloved player. And I think everyone truly thought they were going to be endgame, considering they had been together for very many years at that point. And then they adopted a child together, and then they adopted another child together, and we were like, all right, they're retiring. We're about to get them in their retired ages. It's going to be great. And then hold on, let me do this so I can talk about it while I'm drawing. The charred remains of the forest stretch out for miles. There is something fundamentally wrong with the land. You've only seen it in pictures, but these places were once green and filled with life. How does this make you feel? We're gonna take away fundamentally. It's too long of a word. The charred remains of a forest, a forest. The charred remains of a forest stretch ahead of you for miles. Stretch out. Can I put that up there? I can. Stretch out a view for miles. There is something. The pictures showed this land used to be green and lush. Now it mutilated isn't, I think, the word I'm looking for here, but it is the energy I'm looking for. Let me just go into thesaurus.com real quick. Mutilated. I misspelled mutilated. I forgot the I. Mangled. Now it is twisted and unrecognizable. That is gnarled and twisted. That feels so fucking just stereotypical to write it that way. It's marred. Now it is grotesque. How it now it's marred and twisted. Now it's gnarled. No, I don't want to use gnarled. Gnarled is so overused. Now it is grotesque and malformed. Now it's marred and twisted, marred and warped and marred and it's now it is marred and marred and twisted, warped and twisted. Now it is marred and gnarled. Now it's marred and warped. Now it's marred and twisted. Now it's marred and grotesque. Now it's marred and now it's marred and twisted. Now it's marred and warped. Now it's marred and grotesque and marred, grotesque and twisted, grotesque and warped. Now it's grotesque and warped. Now it's mangled, decrepit. Now it's mangled and warped. Now it's decrepit. And I'm gonna click on another one of these. I'm seeing too many words that are really not that one. Maybe if I click on warped, maybe that has no warped also doesn't have great options. This is gonna be the mangled's gonna have the best option for me. Now it's an ominous blight. Oh, that's good. I like that. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Now it is an ominous blight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, I'm just an ominous blight. Oh. Oh, does it make you feel? How does this make you feel? I don't have to pull anything for this, right? Nope, this is another prompt. Well, let's lock that. Let's go into dice. Change that back to a 0. We're already on J. Let's call you Diamond J, not 11. I doubt I was about to write. Brother Jay, almost out of the diamonds and onto I don't have no idea what's next. Blight, clovers maybe? Gracias, gracias, gracias. The charred remains of a forest. Actually, I know what this is gonna look like. Oh, I'm accidentally on Lamau. I don't know how I accidentally clicked on the eraser. I was like, hello? It feels a little on the nose to make it a dark color. Let's just make it a blue color. Oh my gosh. The bridge of my nose just got so itchy. Let me tell you, scratching the bridge of your nose is not the easiest thing to do. Like a cat trying to scratch it. One of my favorite pieces of content right now on TikTok is watching people renovate their houses. There's two right now that I am very invested in. One that's building their house from scratch, after being hit by two hurricanes out in Florida. And then another one is somebody up in, I think, like the Washington area. I'm not 100%. But they bought a house and they've been renovating it with a renovator's loan. And they just applied to get a real mortgage. And I love them. It's just so satisfying watching it all come together. Especially because I know a lot of those things are so expensive. Get a lurk. Thank you, Nelly. Have a good lurk. Um, it's one of my fave things to watch because I know it's so expensive, but it's so satisfying to know to watch it, all come out and be a thing. And the house in Florida is getting, like I said, made. It's like their dream house. Both of them are going to stay in the house, by the way. The person in Washington is it's staying in that house. They want it to become their forever home. And the people in Florida have a similar emotion for their land. And it's fun because the people in Florida are that's their business. They work in like uh renovating homes. And the reason I got onto that family was because I watched as the wife renovated the house for her husband because he's in the military was in the military, I believe. So he it was going to be a surprise for him when he came home. Like surprise, I redid the house. And it was a wonderful surprise. It didn't last very long because that same year two pretty devastating hurricanes came back to back to their area. They live on the beach, or along the water, I should say. Um, and it kind of wrecked house. And so they bulldozed the house. They raised the foundation by several feet to match their neighbors who didn't get flooded, and then a little bit more to future proof. And then they did a whole lot of like preventative care to the house in case it ever did get flooded. They would the house could be prepared for such an event occurring again, which I totally get. That is some real trauma having to deal with a flooded house. So I'm just like, pop off. You prevent that flooding from ever happening again in your home. And so that's been very fun. They're getting close to finishing the house. They're like making an extravagant house. Like they're pouring the money into the house. Um like it's a three-story house, I think. With the first floor of the house basically being the equivalent of what a basement would be for a lot of homes. Um and it's just gonna be like storage and stuff like that. The house doesn't really start until you get onto the second floor. And they have plans of having an elevator installed, which I think is like great for accessibility. First of all, it's like second of all, um, bougie as hell, and it's amazing for them. It's also like so many windows. They're all like hurricane grade, but it still makes me nervous that they have so many windows in the house. It's basically a big box of a house, essentially, at this point in time. But like that's how a lot of the houses in that area look like, so I can't really blame them. And it's just huge in concrete right now. And it's very funny because their neighbors want to move, they're gonna leave the area, but they're waiting for them to finish their house so they could sell the house at a higher price because they're gonna raise the property value by a lot by having a house that looks so nice, which I thought was a funny little tidbit because a lot of people in the comments were just like, "Wow, what a like what a visual and audio mess to live next to. And she's like, no, they don't really mind. They're actually waiting for us to finish the house so they could sell it. So actually, they're pretty happy we're doing this because we're going to raise property taxes by having such an expensive and nice home recently built. And I thought that was very funny. And then the other house, it used to be a hoarder's house. So they've had to do so much work to renovate it and to clean it. Because it was in hella disarray. It's a very nice house with a lot of good bones, but a lot of bad bones also. So, um, it's been very interesting watching them having to like redo so many systems. And they are renovators. They had renovated homes prior to doing that one. And like actual renovation, not like flippers who just like put some more paint on it and then call it a day. They actually know what they're doing and make an effort of learning things such as the code to pass things like inspections. But like watching them do the electrical and the plumbing in the house and then uh refinish some windows and doors and door frames, rip out X, Y, and Z out of the house so they can do it themselves later. Um, it's all been very fascinating to watch, and I love that shit. I used to watch it a lot on back when I had like cable. I would watch like those flip it um channels and stuff, and it was so good. Very big fan. Obviously not a fan of now how everybody thinks that they can be a flipper. And then they just destroy the housing market by doing quite literally the bare minimum, all incorrectly. I'm not a fan of that trend, but I'm a big fan of like real people doing it. I'm very excited to continue watching them because they're both like nearing the end of their journeys. The person who's building their house, like the windows are being put in. The plumbing has been mostly done. Electrical is mostly done now. It's just at this point getting the outside of the house. I don't know exactly what they're gonna do to make the outside of the house look a certain way. I don't know if they're gonna put like siding or like what kind of siding they're gonna put outside. And the people are looking to move into the house soon over in the Washington house, so I'm very much looking forward to that sort of energy from both of them. Let me live vicariously through you, you know? That's all I want to do. Just let me live vicariously through your shit. I'm also enthused by the fact that they're both gonna live in the house. That's the thing that annoys me the most about people who flip houses is that they don't live in the house. They're flipping it for other people, and that immediately makes me not trust that person. All right, Diamond J done. Again, we're here for vibes. We're here for whatever we do is what we get. Oh no. What did I push? 7? Got it. Remember this? Still got it. That's fun. I can just turn the lights on and off of stream. It's like, all right, everybody, go to night. Good night. And we're up. Good morning. Good night. Good morning. Anyways, hold on. Let me clear out some notifications. All right, I've cleared that out. Okay, we're back there. Okay. Gonna duplicate this. I call that you. Will be back for you because you're the last thing. This has nothing on it also. We are now on Q. For anyone curious, we started on 8 today. We've done 9, 10, 11, JQ. We're on our 4th card. On our 4th card, 2 hours in. Boy. I've been very, like, kind of slow with these. Okay, I'm gonna also move this up. Let's copy and paste. Our Q is this one. All right. A city off in the distance. Smoke billows from it. You can hear the occasional gunshots. Those ancient ruined cities are dangerous. Too many people converge on them in search of supplies. Have you ever been? Do you want to? Smoke billows from a city in the distance. You hear the occasional gunshot. What's in a city in the distance? Those those ruined ancient cities. Ancient cities. Too many people in search of supplies. You ever been there? Do you want to? I have such an issue with the timeline in this game. It drives me insane. 200, if we're 200 years in the future and we're still looking for supplies, if we're so nomadic to the point where we're looking for supplies, like, fam, we gotta have figured this shit out by now, you know? Like, holy. What have we been doing for 200 years? not a singular shot that we're actively doing supply runs, that the majority of humanity has not taken up residence. Anyways, even if you're off looking for supplies like scraps from old machines, even then, I don't think civilization would be so packed into near each other that they would frequent ancient ruined cities for things. I'd also find it hard to believe that there's still stuff near cities or near civilizations that have ancient ruined cities near them. Anyways, it's fine. That's just me. It's me and my grievances with the timeline in this system. Oh, I misspelled diamond. Diamante. All right. Time you back in front of me. And back to the cards. Smoke billows from the city in the distance. You hear occasional gunshots. These ruined cities are dangerous. Just blocking in the quote unquote buildings. We'll make them a little distressed in a moment. We're all having a good Friday so far. It is Friday, right? We're all having a good Friday. Big TGIF energy, I hope. I still haven't turned that stuff off, huh? I need to remember to do that in the future. It's okay, no one's looking at it. No one saw that pop up. At this point, I just might as well keep it and just change it to this game. What's the point in turning it off now, a whole month later? I could have sworn I turned them off. I thought I did. I must have kept them on. Sorry, I'm trying to like distress these buildings. So they look a little bit wrecked, but not so structurally unstable that they're about to fall over. The convenience and inconvenience of being able to just like copy paste and resizing the characters or the items versus having to fix the canvas after the fact. I'm okay with that. I'm 100% okay with. Oh, no, not a tip. I don't even know what a tip is. A pung on a PNG. Alright, time to move you back over here so I can use as a monitor instead of a tablet. And then we're on to the K, the last K card. That also means I'm switching what we're listening to. I need to look up something real quick. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I got you. I got you. I got you. All right. Back to these. And I could detail this a little bit more, add some shading here and there, but I'm not gonna. Um, I simply do not have the time. I've got a whole other 2 suits to do before Wednesday, which doesn't sound like a super long time, but considering it's been 2 and a bit hours and I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we're going on 6 cards, you know? Um, oh shit, this one actually is gonna have some things. Do not discard. We're keeping this card. That's the only one. All right, then we're gonna duplicate you. Gonna hide that one. I'm gonna rename you from Q copy to Kate. Oh, we're so close. I'm doing some water. I would suggest you guys do the same. It's gotten so hot and humid here. It sucks. Like it's apparently like 80 degrees outside. Feels like 84. But our humidity is at 76%, which is actually a little low for how fucking gross I feel. It's been dry here lately, which is terrifying. Oh my god. That is horrifying. It's supposed to rain. There's a chance of precipitation today, but really it's this weekend where it's gonna rain. All next week, actually. All the next 2 weeks, actually. It's gonna be rain. Starting Sunday, it looks like. It's gonna be between 24 and 63% for the next 10 day. Oh no, no. Technically, mostly cloudy, partly cloudy on the 9th and 10th. Oh, it's at 87 on the 10th though. Yikers, man. I was really enjoying this like kind of chill temps we've been having. Like in the grand scheme of things, kind of scary, but if you don't think about it too hard, it's actually really nice. Sorry, gonna take a second from stopping. The like it's nice, looking at doing these because they're not too difficult to make. The part that's a little difficult to do is just staring at bright colors all day. Because I have to have like the brightness high so I could see the colors accurately, but yikes. I'm taking a moment to hydrate. I'm really bad at hydrating right now. I don't know why. Oh. So this next game that I want to do is called, hold on, hold, everyone hold. This next game I want to do next week is called Void 1680 AM. Void 1680 AM or 1680 AM. And it is a game about, actually, you know what? Let me just read you what it is. This is what it is. This is what it looks like. It's Void 1680 AM, a solo playlist building game by Ken Lowry. And basically it is about, and it is basically you are broadcasting your own radio station, your own AM radio station. One where you're free to do whatever you want. Like it's not commercial, it's not anything. It's just you with your own little radio setup doing your own thing, you know, to the local station, to the local listeners. And you're going to be I'm literally going to be sitting here playing music. As if we were a radio station, essentially. And so um we're going to be sitting here and drawing cards, and each card is going to be a question essentially that the listener, the quote unquote listener, is going to give me, right? So I pull the 3, the 8, and the 9 of clubs. Let's pretend. So 3 would be an offhand suggestion that became a favorite song. Who or what recommended it to you? So I would choose the song and I would be like, all right, coming up next, I have been asked my favorite song that's been recommended to me. Well, that would be this song coming up recommended to me by my best friend Anna. All right. Coming to you here is Sapphire by Bad Bunny. And then, you know, we would go from there. And then after that I would probably play the next song, which would be the Club of Eighth, I think it said. The drum beat that always has you tapping your foot and drumming on your desk. What's your favorite bit? Um and I would just probably go in straight into like a drum beat? I don't know. I can't think of one off the top of my head. But I'd be like, I'm trying so hard to think about any song with a drum. I'm trying so hard to think of one right off the top of my head. Some like Red Hot Chili Pepper song, right? It's like, and here's some Red Hot Chili Peppers, coming today at 1680 a.m. The Void Station or whatever the hell we're gonna call it, and then we play that, and it's like that was I can't Hotel California, but the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Is that a Red Hot Chili Pepper song? Um, and that song always has not always that song is always a foot tapper. Always got me pretending I'm a drummer, but no one can be like fully. And coming up next is a song about a dream. I don't know, fucking a Dua Lipa song that I can't think of the name of right now, and then I just play it, and then bam, and we do that. It would be like, and then a moment's break, like, but instead of commercials, it would be like, all right, let's discuss some caller questions. Um, because all of these have a different vibe. So the first song block is just like music that like kind of gets you moving. The next one is like a sort of more emotional. The third song block is something that's a little bit more contemplative, a little bit slower. And then the fourth song block is like something a little bit more melancholy, something a little bit more or like something to like really finish it off with a bang, something like that. From what I've seen, again, I haven't read too hard into it, but there's also like a way for like the caller to request things um with like common caller questions and just stuff like that. Like I taking calls, I still need to read the whole thing to know exactly how the gameplay loop works. But that is like the essentially the energy, right? We're gonna be listening to music together as a um we're gonna be listening to some music together, and I have an idea of making it a little bit more interactive, but it's a matter of reading the rules and seeing what I can and can't do. Or what the system requires and what it doesn't require. This is another do not discard. Oh, I've kept. Hold on. Oh, that's gonna be so annoying if I've forgotten to turn that off for the past couple of cards. No, I haven't. Okay, they've all been on this card. I've already done it. I just did it for this card. Dude, having to go back and make sure that I've all the icons on the bottom are correct, it's gonna be fun. But that's the next TTRPG that I'm thinking of doing. Like I said, it's gonna be a little less me having to do setup on stream and more me doing it by myself. But there are some things that I'm gonna want to ask you guys about. Like, what do you think would be interesting for you? Um, and there's a lot of music in the world, so like maybe deciding if we wanna divide it in by genre, etc. Because I did a little bit of sorry, I'm trying to decide if it's raining outside or not. I don't think it is. I can't tell if it's an illusion through the mesh screening I have on my window, but actually it's drizzling outside. I guess I'll find out if it becomes a problem. But yeah, if they're gonna want to limit it to a genre, or if we're okay being like non-specific in genre, I did like because I am there's like I said, there's some stuff I'm gonna have to do on my side, and a lot of it's gonna be audio stuff, and that's not stuff I can really do on stream. But I was trying to figure out if I wanted to do music that I owned myself, I had on my computer, or if I wanted to like involve Spotify. There's also suggestions about like CDs and stuff like that, but I don't have a CD player on this PC. And I also have no idea where my CDs are. And yeah, it's like going to be a whole thing. So I'm looking forward to figuring it out, but there's going to be some stuff that I'm going to ask you guys. If you guys are over on the Discord, last night I wrote a little bit of a message giving an update as to what to expect coming forth in the next month. I have let's see. I said um I I said oops, I accidentally removed the reaction to that. Maybe. I did not mean to do that. I just was clicking around. But so I've chosen the solo TTRPG for May. I'm so excited to get started working on the prep, and I chose it purposely knowing I was going to spend the majority of the month of May playing Destiny 2, so it won't consume the stream in the way the last two solo TTRPGs have. However, your input will be extremely important for a few major decisions for translating the game into a stream game. I will make sure to announce these streams ahead of time so you will have a chance to weigh in on the game itself. As for April's solo TTRPG, Wretched Wasteland by Stuart Watkins, based off of Wretched by Chris Bissett, prep is still going well. Prep is still going well. I've been feeling poorly and I wouldn't have been good company on stream. I am feeling better, but I took the day to continue to rest. Although I am taking it easy, I am doing game prep. I finished all the hard cards and I'm working through the diamond cards now. I've also messed around with Roll20 in the stream overlay. During Monday's stream, I'll show y'all the overlay and ask your opinion on readability. And I'm hoping to finish this card this weekend, and I'll show them off too. Wednesday, May 1st at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time will be game day. I hope you're excited because I'm excited. I haven't played Jenga in decades, and I can't wait for our poor Sky to die over and over again. So that's the update I gave over on Discord. If you guys don't follow the Discord and you're interested in keeping up with what's happening, you should go. You should go follow the Discord. Um, it's not the most active thing in the world, but I would like it for one day to be active. You know, maybe one day it will be active, but today it's not that active. But you know, join for the potential. And also, I do update you guys over there, so if that's of interest to you, make sure to go follow. But yeah, so let's get back to the Cave Diamond. They are on you. Their feet pound the ground behind you. You can smell their sour body odor. You run and push yourself. Do they get you? So the king cards are interesting in this game. You keep all the K cards off to the side. If you collect all four cards, all four king cards, the raiders will have caught you and the game is over. That is one of the various game over states. There is pulling the ace of spades, that's an instant game over. Pulling all four king cards is also a game over. And the Jenga tower falling is also a game over state. So those are the three ways to get game over in this game. Um, so it is gonna be spicy. It's gonna be spicy. Because we have to move 10 tiles and we have to roll 1d6 to determine how many cards we're pulling for each day. Meaning there's a potential for 6 cards all 10 days. You know, statistically improbable, but not impossible. And also with the Ace of Spades going to be just lingering in the deck, I don't anticipate winning this game, by the way. I don't anticipate us beating this game. I think if we do, that's going to be really dope. But in the rules, you're supposed to take the Ace of Spades and place it somewhere in the deck to indicate how long you want the game to be. So if you want the game to be long, you put it near the end. If you want it to be short, you put it near the front of the deck. Roll20, I don't know if it has that capability. I don't believe so, not without me seeing the cards beforehand. So the Ace of Spades is going to be pulled whenever the Ace of Spades wants to be pulled. If it's our first card, GG's. If it's our last card, then, you know, we made it to the end and GG's. It's going to be what it is. I'm so warm right now. I'm just trying to cool down. All right. They're on you. Their feet pound the ground behind you. You can smell their sour body odor. You run and push yourself. Do they get you? Oh, it's over in the chat window. I'm like, where am I typing? It's not in the game. Before you realize it, you hear the rushing footfalls and smell their pungent odor without the year because we're in before you realize that you hear their rushing footfalls and smell their pungent odor, the raiders are on to you. You run faster than you thought possible, but do they catch you? You run faster than you thought possible, but do they catch you? I feel like that's good enough. Before you realize it, you hear the rushing footfalls and smell their pungent odor. The raiders are onto you. You run faster than you thought possible, but do they catch you? But will they catch you? Will they catch you? But will they catch you? I feel like that's fine. I do like to capitalize instead. All right, let's lockety lock that. And then we're keeping the card. What's our goal tonight? Maybe we go to 3 hours. I'm fading fast. I have established that a lot of brick buildings are blue and red. Um, not that I'm following rules necessarily as I do this, but it does make it easier for me to just make decisions on the fly. Um, What is perspective? Never heard of her. Perspective, and then I lost it. This is fine. I'm doing that. I feel like that's exactly what I just had. Is I just need to make the first ones tiny and the ones in the back big. Is that how you perspective? I don't think so. But that's what we're going with for right now. Whatever. I wanted to create like a crack there, but it's whatever. Um, I'm gonna do our dude running this way. No, what's important is that we get from the idea across. What's important is that we have some sort of conceptualization that we're running. Is it the best version of running I've ever seen in my life? Not really. But, we gotta take the W's with the L's. What if I just do like a cheeky little speedy lines behind them? Oh, my headset is dying. Let me just reconnect that real quick. It just went beep beep at me. There we go. No more beep beep. Sorry, this is the first time I have to establish what raiders look like in this game. And we're making some decisions here. Because it's very much raiders are very much referred. There's an entire section about raiders. One of these is all about raiders. My mic is a little hot. Thank you, Prax. Let me see. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see. Give me a second. Pop up. Test, test, test. Hello, hello, hello. Hello? Okay, we're good. We're Gucci. Thank you for letting me know. Hi, hi, hi. One day. One day that'll get solved. That's not an easy expense though. That's not a quick fix. That is, I'll just continue on plugging and unplugging it until that's no longer a solution. But yeah, this is the first time I have to establish what these little guys look like. There's an entire section about them, but they're near the end of the book. So they're not the first things I've had to figure out. But because they are referred to so much, I need to come up with some sort of like define, like our scout always green. Our scout is always going to be green. So maybe I need to always make our. I've tried to establish that bright bright pink is dangerous. Whenever I have a weapon, it's bright pink. So maybe that's what I need to do. But thank you for the congratulations. Also, just so you're aware, I'm currently reading together We Burn because and dragon matadors are a thing. I've read exactly the first like maybe 5 pages of that book. Um, I've not yet gotten too far into it. Because I started reading it right before I went to bed, and I was apparently very tired. Since I fell asleep very quickly. I got far enough to get our tragic backstory started, and no, that's about it. But I'm very excited to hear about it. I'm very excited to hear more about it. Should maybe give these guys like a hat or something. It is going to be very exciting to read through that book. I'm trying to decide how I want this to look. This is my procrastination from earlier of not wanting to figure out how raiders look like. I want them to always probably be in a pack, which is why I'm not really defining them in any really certain way. How many features I'd like to. Sorry, I thought I heard something. Is there any? Oh, it's somebody cutting the grass off in the distance. That's what the sound is, or using a weed whacker, um, or a weed eater, whatever you want to call it. Is there anything? I feel like there needs to be some sort of defining feature of these guys that makes them particularly dangerous. I don't think I've established raiders before. Let me see. Let me just make sure. Let me make sure I'm not going behind my own lore. They were a lot more detailed the first time around I made them. Um, but I've since not done a lot of stuff. Like originally, our cards look like this, right? These are a lot more detailed than what I do now. Because I simply do not have the time to do this. I hate that helmet though. I don't hate the helmet though. It's already that background. I like the idea of it being green. Just because it feels like the antithesis of our scout. I am my brain doing a lot of thinking right now. Let me tell you that right now. Well, you know what? We're just gonna all in on this and then we'll make the decision after the fact. It's okay. Don't worry about me. I'm just slowly losing my mind. Booty! Hey, thank you so much for the... Thank you so much for the... For the congrats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Believe it or not, I learned it was my affiliate anniversary because someone else told me. I had no clue. I had like seen that it was coming up, but I don't keep track of it. So I was unaware that I was just gonna do it by itself. It was just like, no, no, no. I don't care what you want. You will be celebrating this. I'm like, okay, thank you. I am losing my mind trying to come up with like a solid design for these guys. That might be easier if I just do like a spike thing here instead of whatever the fuck I'm trying to do there. It's kind of like that hoplite look I was going for. Looks vaguely dinosaurish, but hope you're doing well today. What even is time exactly? Time truly only an inconvenience. The obstacle between me and my goals, time. Yesterday, Trooper was talking about in his stream about I believe he was simply giving an explanation as to why he finds it easy to like sit in um why he thinks he would do fine in like an empty room, an all like white empty room with no like technology or anything around him. And he started giving an example of like what his brain does when it comes to thinking, and it was mostly about him like what would he do if he suddenly gained superpowers, like what superpowers would he want, what would he do with those superpowers in his everyday. And he essentially talked about just simply being, if I like give him hair, it'll make this look less like hair. Um, and in my mind, because he was basically like Captain America powers. He was just stronger, just superhuman essentially. And in my mind, I'm just like, what would behoove you, Trooper, is to simply have more time. If you could just have more time, I believe that would be like the ultimate superpower for you, to be able to slow down time and you do what you need to during that time and then resume it as it will. What is it like chronomancy essentially? I'm doing okay. Tired and my tummy is upsetting. No, which is 100% you're doing. Oh no. Oh, let me turn on my lights before I forget. I just looked up and noticed it was so dark in here. Lights on. I've officially decided the next thing I'm saving for is going to be a stand-up desk. But I'm not really gonna be able to afford one until a couple of months from now. So I'm just like hella tempted to spend the money on like smaller things I need. But I'm like, no, the only way we'll ever get the stand up desk is if we start saving now. Me, carbonated sugar foods upset my stomach. I should drink soda slow. Glug 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 glug. Oh no. I'm sorry. I think I am gonna keep with this concept that they have. Spiky or triangular. Triangular appendages. I think I'm okay with that. I think I like that being the Raider design. Granted, this hat a little large, so I'm gonna just scale that down a little bit. I'm sorry to hear that though, Bude. That sucks. I mean, who what is more human than simply indulging in that which will hurt you? Like that's distinctly hair-like if I do that. I'm a little more satisfied with that. Big Spiky had Vegeta vibes, yeah. I haven't had soda in so long. Oh, the temptation. It's right there. It's so easily available and so easily there to fuck your day up. What notification did I just get? Nothing important. All right. I think we have the energy we want here. So let me just do one more of these little jokers back here. I said it earlier about the mechas, or the like robots that apparently exist in this universe. But it's distinctly difficult to come up with a design that doesn't already exist. Meanwhile, this game is here like, what if I just took a little bit of every post-apocalyptic? What if I just took Fallout and made it into a game? It's generally what this game feels like sometimes. There was one of the ones I did offline was a card that talked about finding a robot assistant destroyed in the middle of the street. And I was just like, God damn it. How am I supposed to make in a day and age where Fallout 4 right now is so popular and Cogsworth exists in Fallout 4? How am I supposed to make a neutral robot right now? Hard to imagine a robot ship that hasn't already been a robot. Exactly. I don't even remember what I eventually did. Let me see. Oh, I made this buddy. Oh, it's a charred remains. I'm sorry, charred remains of a robotic assistant. Oh, its circuitry is exposed. I forgot that part. I was mostly distraught about coming up with the robot shape. And I made this individual. I decided to continue with that round vibe. And then the mecha we did earlier today is Egg. It doesn't read mecha, but we're just gonna have to use our imagination on that one. Egg. I've been playing Helldiver, so fighting lots of Robitos, yeah. I've very purposely not been playing Helldivers. Because otherwise I would never get these cards done. I already have every ounce of my body wanting to play Destiny 2. And for the most part, succeeding. But not always. I've not always succeeded in my journey to not maybe we should just give you a bigger head. I forced myself into it while it was still hot enough to catch folks I know still playing. Yeah. It's like I've definitely played many hours of that game. So many hours of that game I've played. So I don't have like an intense FOMO emotion. I do occasionally feel a lot of FOMO about not playing it. But I just know near my hiatus, my Helldivers partner in crime um felt like they were starting to get a little bit tired of the game. Like they hadn't gotten there yet, but it was starting to feel like they were. And I was like, this feels like a perfect time to just like take a break before we get sick of this game. So it came at an opportune time, but at the same time, I'm still only level 15 because my schedule doesn't link up with other folks often and I can't zero in as much solo. Yeah. I feel that. Next month I should have more time. If you ever catch me, Bude, I'd be happy to play with you. I forgot to do the crisscross stuff on this armor. It reminds me of is it the gypsum armor on in Destiny? It's what this armor reminds me of, like the cross right there. I play on PC. Although there is crossplay, I believe, in the game, right? So I'm not very familiar with the crossplay aspect of it. I think if I've given anybody my in-game code that I could just steal it from a chat somewhere. Do you play on PC or console? Oh, you're also on PC. Sweet. That's easy. My Steam friend code's so much easier to give out than my in-game code. Add a friend. I'm gonna copy that. Have I ever spoken to you on Discord? I have not. I believe this is you. Streamer mode on. So I only see the B in your name. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that's you and send that code over. That's my Steam code, friend code, in case we're not friends. I have no idea actually if we're friends on Steam or not. It is you. Okay, thank God. All I see is B dot 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 Then under that is a lowercase b ... and then on top it says b ... Then I hover over it, it shows me lowercase b ... then aka b capital B-O ... So very helpful to me. To inform me who that is. And shout out to the game. Accept. There we go. All right, I am okay with that. We've established what our little guys are going to look like. Oh, I've already done this. Right? I already did this. KKK. Yes, we have all the diamantes done. A through K. You're definitely B ... I was just like, I'm pretty certain I've seen Bude have this this profile picture. I'm fairly certain their profile picture is this. All right, let me throw this back over here because now I actually have to do some logistical work here because I have not changed the color of the stuff yet. All right, that's diamonds though. That's hearts. What is next? I don't know actually. Let me go look at the PDF. It's clover. But that's not one of them. Spades and club. I don't know which one is which. Hold on. Wait, spade is this one, right? Card. Okay, that's spade. So this is clubs. Oh god, the clubs are the raiders? Ugh. Clubs. And this is gonna be the hardest one. Now we're gonna go back to the aces. Card symbol is going to be the club. Not that you could see it. I think I'm gonna make it blue. I think that's what my goal is here. I'm simply just gonna make it a blue. Hopefully a little bit of a darker blue. A little bit of a brighter blue. No. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And that means I'm gonna do the same thing with the spade. Seal that hex real quick. Seal this hex real quick. There we go. Now we both have that blue color up there. Yeah, I try not to change my picture often, unlike on Steam where I can never settle on one you like. I'm just stuck on one. Nilly, 2 years ago, I think, made a pixel art of my Destiny character. I need to write that down. Nilly asked me to send her like pictures of a fit I really like in Destiny, and I've forgotten to do that. She did say take my time, so it's not urgent. But I would like to do it sooner rather than later, aka before I forget. That's also turned off. So we're doing the club here. But I am going to duplicate you because you are exactly where I want you to be. This is Club A. Okay, we have that there. Oh, this is no longer Relics of the Past. This is the Raiders. Oh, we do pull from the tower in this first card. Okay. Roll and roll the dice twice. Oh, man. We are active on this one. Let's see. Sorry about that. I had to have a quick little conversation. I'm sure you saw my little guy moving, but I wasn't talking. So we're rolling twice. We are not keeping the card. We are discarding the card at the end of this. Okay, good, good, good. Wow, all of these are pulled from tower, huh? All of them, but 2 of these are pulled from tower. Technically, one of them I decide if I pull from tower or not. That's wild. Yeah, clubs, you don't want to see clubs. Clubs is bad. I think I've done everything. We're on ace. And 2, 1, minus. Okay. In the early morning, a lone raider approaches. Your small camp. They come with their hands up. A deserter. They want to join you on your way back to the compound. Capitalized compound. What do you do? What do you do? All right, in the early morning. Early in the morning, a lone raider approaches. approaches your camp. With their hands up, a deserter. They want to join you on your way back to the compound. What do you do? Early in the morning, a lone raider approaches your camp with their hands up. A deserter. They want to join you. They want to join you on your way back to the compound. What do you do? To join you on your way back to the compound. What do you do? That's gonna be a little bit. If we get that card, that's gonna be a little bit of a quinky dink. I don't know what I'm gonna want to do in that situation. It depends, I guess, how much hardship my character will have gone through by that point in the game. All right, we have the club, we have the raider, we did all the icon stuff. I wrote down the stuff. All right, we're on to Club A. Dude, honestly, you should see the difference between my layers on this file versus what my overlay looks like. My layers on my overlay are disgusting. I don't know what anything is over here. Oh, I can't like just move my head. Right, I actually have to like physically turn myself off. Hold on. You know what? It's just easier if I leave Discord. I'll join back in a second. Oh, dude. Every single layer is just called layer. Every single layer is called layer. Layer what? I don't know. What's in layer 25? Oh, Lord knows. I'm blinking it on and off. I see nothing change. A folder that's just called folder 1 with nothing inside of it? Tight. Like, it is god awful. Having to work on this before, to figure out my what I was gonna do is just it was just I oh man, it's so bad. It's so bad. I like at some point I'm gonna have to organize it for my own sanity's sake, but oh my god, it's so bad. Oh no, yeah. It's so bad. Do that real quick. All right. Early in the morning. Trying to give like a little campfire vibe here. Don't ask me why I established that my scout was always going to have a red cap. Essentially, with like a little spiky bit at the back. I don't know. It was a decision I made very early on, and that's just been the decision ever since. It's the same thing with why they have like a bushy haircut. It's just a decision that was made early on, and it's just been that. That's just a decision that's been made ever since. Same thing with why their armor is red. I don't know. Armor is a very loose word. They're they're protective clothing. Armor is extremely generous for what they have on. Hey, Sphinx, thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciation. Hope you're doing well today. Having a good Friday, I hope. The only thing that is inconsistent about this character is the color of their pants. The color of their pants changes depending on their location. I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I'm feeling a lot better than I have been. I'm hoping that I was telling a friend yesterday that I'm hoping I've used up my all the sick days I'm gonna have this year. Cause by golly, it was just like I just got hit one thing after another after another. I just did not have a rest this past month. Like I wasn't consistently sick with anything. I was just sick with like I didn't feel well for like normal reasons, right? Like my normal chronic illness reasons. I was sick, right? And like, I've come to accept that that is just a fact of life. I'm simply going to feel sick because of that. That does not make me feel better though, like physically. So I had to, take a little bit of time for that. Um, and then when I started feeling better from that, I started feeling like the temperature was changing, so I'm guessing like allergies started acting up. But as I've mentioned before, I'm not very familiar with allergies. Um so if they are acting up, I don't know what that means for the most part when it comes to myself. Um but I'm assuming it was allergies. So like my sinuses were acting the fool. Then once that started like to chill out, um someone brought the flu home essentially, and my entire household got sick for like, well, a week and a half with it. Like we've all just started to like finally recover and not be coughing constantly. um I started feeling better. I was still coughing, but I felt better um earlier this week. I don't have a ton of energy, but I felt better. And then rotation comes back around. It's been a month. So I'm now once again feeling poorly for chronic illness reasons. So it is just like, it just became one thing after another. And then once I finally started feeling better, my body was back on its bullshit. And I was like, you son of a bitch, you couldn't give me a week? On the bright side, theoretically, this means that I should be fine for the rest of the month. For the next 3 weeks, I should be fine. And even then, it shouldn't be nearly as bad. So it's been mad annoying, but at least I'm feeling better now. Um, my energy is still a little on the low side, but it's way better than what it's been. Let me just tell you that right now. We're gonna make these rounded. Because they're technically surrendering and technically supposed to be a deserter, whether we believe them or not. They're not going to have the spiky hands that everybody else does. Here's hoping, yeah. So I'm hoping that that's it for the rest of the year. I'm not going to be sick. At least like not in the way I was. Yeah, so I'm feeling a lot better than I have been. Let's just put it that way. I'm never sick again. Yeah. And I'm still gonna feel not great. That's a bad thing about the chronic part of a chronic illness, right? But I'm hoping that that's it. I can deal with that. That's fine. Like, I've been dealing with that enough years of my life. I can deal with it. It's just having that stacked on top of so much other bullshit, like, that's hard. I am excited. I'm excited to run this game, but I'm excited to start on the next game, start doing prep on that one also. And it's like, since I've decided on it yesterday, the day before yesterday, when it's time, I've been excited to start looking into it and try to decide what the best course of action will be for integrating it as a integrated in the way that I want to integrate it via stream. It is a little nerve-wracking because I do kind of want it to be an interactive game with stream. Um Meaning people have to interact with it. And that always makes me nervous trying to incorporate stream interaction. Not because I'm nervous about how people will interact, but mostly about whether people will be around to interact. Whether people will be around and also then want to interact, I should say. Because as a resident lurker myself in streams, I almost never interact with streams. I do occasionally, but I'm not a frequent I'm not a frequent flyer of talking in streams. So I'm always afraid of like accidentally pressuring people into interacting with stream. And even then, So I have to account for no interaction, right? And so that's going to be its whole thing. Active chat is sometimes difficult to find. Yeah, I'm sometimes a chatterbox because one person talking makes other people more likely to interact, and that is good for small stream health. True. So like this Wednesday, I've done a little bit more to try and be like, this Wednesday, I'm gonna be doing this thing. To try and set the schedule um in hopes of getting people to show up, even though we had a healthy amount of people show up for the last stream, solo TTRPG stream. Doesn't mean that that's going to be the norm, you know? So this one's going to tell me a little bit more about what sort of the expectations should be and that I should have. I'm going to make myself a little bit bigger. I say myself as if I am the scout. I physically am the scout. Um, but yeah, so that's like my goal. I need to read through the rules. Again, I'm not in love with how they wrote the rules in Void 1680 AM. I'm not in love with how they wrote them. I do believe they should have done a oh, drink some water, stay hydrated. I'm not in love with the way that they wrote it out. Again, they wrote it in a way to appeal to um as somebody's first solo TTRPG outside of a Dungeons and Dragons game is how it's written, in my opinion. Uh, and so, actually, you know what I want to do? So I'm not the biggest fan of that. And also, I wish they would have put that much effort into some of the wording in the game itself. Because they use player as in the person playing and player as in the device used to make to have the music go in. So like your CD player, your Spotify player, they use the vernacular or that vocabulary for both of them. Um and you the player have to decide which one they're referring to based off of context clues. And it's a little obnoxious, in my opinion, to do so. So I'm not in love with how they wrote it, but oh no, I do not want to do that. I simply wanted to click on the name so I can then write the club. Club 1A. I write 1A so it shows up first. Because A is the first number on this list instead of the last one, like in a lot of different cards listings. think I'm gonna stop on the cards for now, and we could discuss a little bit more about the game and other stuff. So let me just make sure I don't have anything important on the screen. Turn that off. So it's just, this is Roll20. What we're looking at right now here in the background, this is Roll20. I just have it looking like my OBS so I can line up the cards I have on screen with with what's happening, gonna be the overlay, which is gonna be this over here. This is ideally how I want it to look on stream, more or less. Where it's readable for me and readable for you, for the most part. I mean, if you have it too small, it's gonna be hard to read. I want it to be a little bit bigger than this, but by golly, do I hate how Roll20 sizes things. It's gonna be a little bit of a nightmare for me to figure out, but more or less we're getting there. But this is the idea I have for the overlay, in which I have the cards like this, in their own little cubbies, their own little slots. Again, we're gonna roll 1d6, and that d6 is going to determine how many cards we pull for that day. So it's going to be either 1 card or 6 cards per day. Then at the end of the day, we're going to be rolling another d6, maybe 2d6, I don't remember. I think it's 1d6. And depending what we roll, I believe we have to roll a 4 or higher in the early days, and then a 5 or higher or a 6 to move on. And if ever we roll a 1, we have to go back a tile. And the tiles are going to be what's on the right side of the screen, the little dots I have over there with the X. Over there is where I want the quote-unquote map to be. And that's where we'll move our little, like, peggle or whatever. We'll move it from slot to slot as the days progress. I still haven't, obviously, I haven't decided what the style of the map is going to be just yet. I'm thinking of just going with the way that the PDF has it, where it uses hexes. Except I will keep that same energy of sliding them, having them go down in like a serpentine pattern. Just to keep it visually interesting instead of doing it just straight up and down. Then I have then on the left side, where there's absolutely nothing happening right now, I'm gonna have me right next to where the 6 is, the 6 of hearts. Right there is where I'm going to be on the bottom of the overlay, just like I had it last time. And then above my head is going to be where the Roll20 rolls are. And or no, I don't think I'm gonna have the Roll20 roll over there. I think I'm gonna have the Jenga tower. The Jenga tower camera. I haven't decided where it's gonna go as of yet. Part of me almost wants to replace it on the right side, where I have like the bottom X. part of me almost wants to have the Jenga tower over there. And then just make the map part a little smaller. I guess it doesn't have to be that big, especially with how, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but with how unlikely success is going to be for us. I don't want to I don't need to put a super amount of emphasis over there. It's just a shame it's like 10 or so days we have to go through here. But yeah, so maybe I'll have it over there where the X is instead, and like those first couple of dots are above the X. Maybe that's where I'll have the Jenga tower. I haven't figured it out because I haven't cleared out my desk to do like a proper size test for the Jenga tower for how big I'm gonna have it on screen. That's gonna come this weekend. But this is what I'm thinking. I think the cards are big enough. I'm hoping they are because they aren't gonna take too much more real estate on the screen, unfortunately. And it's approximately about as big as it's gonna get. They could get a little bit bigger. But aside from that, it's about the size they're gonna be. So they're not the most readable thing in the world, but I can read them, most importantly, on my screen. And two, hopefully the picture, the illustration is going to be approximately enough information for you guys. If I decide not to do the Jenga tower over where the X is, it will be over my head or where the game night is. But I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. So that's this game. That's pretty much all I have left. I have to finish the cards. We just started the clubs today, which is good because that means I've officially finished the diamonds, and I have 26 cards to go. 26 down, another 26 to go, which is good pace. We have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, technically 5 days. But I would like to get it done in at least 4, at the most 4. Which 26 divided by 4 means I have to do like what, 6-7 cards a day, which is very doable. In fact, I could see myself tomorrow just popping off and doing like 10ish. Maybe doing 10 will inspire me to finish all the clubs, and then all I'll have left are the spades. And I don't think the spades are going to be nearly as obnoxious to do as the raiders are going to be. Because the raiders is all about people. Spades are all about wasteland wonders. So it's going to be a little bit more esoteric as opposed to the raiders, which is going to be a little bit more obnoxious to do. So the other game that I want to play is called, I talked about it a little bit earlier. It's called Void 1680 AM. It is a solo playlist building game by Ken Lowry. And I saw this game when I was going through Itch, I believe. I was going through Itch, looking at different names of games, and this one caught my eye. Because obviously 1860 AM, the radio tower, I was like, oh, it's music. And then I went in and I read about it, and I saw it was about music. So it was on my radar. And then somebody over in Troopers Discord brought it to Troopers' attention, and it brought it back into my attention because this seemed a little too much to be like my first solo TTRPG or even my second one, because it seemed just a little too out there as a concept for me to really grasp, having never done a solo game before. I'm very happy with our choice to do case closed first. Then so they brought it up on Troopers Discord after I'd done my first game. So it got brought back into my attention, and as I was downloading a bunch of games off of itch from various different bundles that I've gotten over the past Lord knows how long, I noticed that I owned it. So I was like, sweet, let me download it and I'll read through it. And then I didn't. And then I did not. And then on Twitter, I saw that Super Dylan, I believe that's how you say their name, on Twitter, was playing this game with somebody. And so that was the third time it had come across, my desk essentially. And I was like, all right. Let me look at it. Let me actually sit down and read through it. And so I did so yesterday, the day before, it had to be the day before. And so I read through it, and very interesting. I didn't like sit down and read it in a comprehensive way. It was more of just like, what are you about? Skimming through it. And again, it had a lot of language that was like, hey, you know D&D. You've read through the player's handbook, right? Let me give you some familiar language and just tell you, like, I know that this is what you do in D&D, but this isn't what you do in this game. Instead, this is how we do it. Type of language through the rules. Like here, unlike many role-playing games, Void 1680 does not have levels, classes, powers, or even other players. This game is essentially an engine to build playlists that are equal parts familiar and surprising, and to help you construct the personalities, desires, and fears of the lonesome souls who call in to connect with you. And it just felt weird that was the way we decided to frame this game, but it's fine. But that like little bit of language kind of carries through everything that I've read so far. And admittedly, I did get distracted reading through it because it has to do with music, and with them asking, some of these questions, I'm like, well, how would I answer this? What would I do here? So from the little bit that I understand about this game so far, yeah, written with a fear of being unapproachably unfamiliar. Exactly. That's exactly how it's written. Also, the fact that they use player as the person who's playing and player as in the device you're going to play music on also annoyed me a little bit, but it is what it is. With every single one of these games, that I've played so far, I've had to rewrite it in such a way that it makes a little bit more sense to me. So it's not unfamiliar to me at this point. I get it. It's like its identity is tied to how much it is not like D&D exactly. And it's just in a way that I really want you to play this game. It's introducing a game to a friend who has only ever played D&D, and you desperately want them to branch out. That's what it's like. It's a solo game. They have the option of just using you. Yeah, I know. They don't do it super often, but it was enough for me to pick up on it. And I'm just like, player. Oh, me the player? Oh, I thought we were talking to the player, the thing I'm using to play the music on. But again, I've only skimmed through it. It might be better the farther you get into it, but the beginning of it, I was just like, what am I looking at? Also, I don't love this watermark that they're using in the background. It does make it a little difficult to read. But again, things I can live with. I'm not gonna, again, one of my biggest pet peeves in handbooks or like rule sets is when it's written for the first time player or the first time reader, not the player who's actively playing. And it just makes it hard to quickly check up on rules, which is why I write my own outline of the rules on the side so I don't have to like back and forward in the rule book, and that's a pet peeve of mine in all handbooks. I've read through enough RPGs and played through enough one shots that I've learned how obnoxious it is to flip back and forth and try to figure out on what page certain things are on, certain rules, certain tables, and how unintuitive sometimes they are. Sometimes. Shout out to Fate, including compressed rules in the yeah, oh my god. I'm of the belief that everybody should do that. I'm of the strong belief everyone should do that. I played a system, I guess somewhat recently. It wasn't super recently, but recently enough that I still remember the experience. The book, little bit of a nightmare. The way it was organized was like they tried really hard in the first few books, in the first few pages, and then after that they just kind of gave up. They did not keep like a consistent style. There were page breaks in between tables. Certain very important tables were very tiny and in like a corner of a page. Certain headers weren't spaced out in such a way that it would seem like, oh, this is an important section of the book that you should probably, that you'll need to come back and reference. And I was like, oh, come on. And also it was just unnecessarily wordy of a book. With how simple the system was, they did not need to do as much as they did. The Firefly RPG book was awful. The rules were dying were in the sidebar during the episode or overview that we all skipped having to watch the show. Having watched the show. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just like, I understand it's difficult to create a book and create a rule set and figure out how to, come up with the book outline and stuff like that, but by golly, I feel, especially when they have like editors and stuff, I feel like they're being set up for failure. The people editing their book, or they're so stubborn that they refuse to change from their original design. As far as I can tell, this book doesn't have that issue, but again, I haven't read it in I haven't read it comprehensively. I've just read it kind of skipping through the paragraphs to get a generalized idea. I've been paying more attention to the song blocks, essentially, that as they put it. Because I had to figure out because I'm gonna have to figure out the music for this. So I had to figure out, can I realistically think about songs that these mean to me? Like, what does this mean to me? But what I want to do with this is, again, I still have to read the rules, so I'm not 100% familiar with how this goes. But there is a there is a caller card. So there's going to be someone who quote unquote calls in to the station, and what I want to do is I want to create a randomizer using Nightbot or StreamerBot or somebody, and hold on, give me a hot second. That one? No. It's this one. I want to create a randomizer using Nightbot or StreamerBot or something. Hey, mixer. And I want there to be a command that when you hit it, it comes up with essentially this block of asking me for something, right? Like, because the request is just like, okay, this is an elder middle-aged person They are asking for something sunny and warm, a dream of another place, and then I have to come up with a song that best comes up with that, right? Um, and that's kind of the interaction I was talking about. I'm also almost thinking about doing the same thing with pulling cards and coming up with the same randomizer, but this time for pulling cards. And that way when it's pulled, when I write like I do exclamation point request, right? It will pop in with and will come up with I don't know. I want a an energized song about money or whatever, right? Like, and that'll pop up and then I'll know, that's the thing I want to pop in with. Again, I still need to read through these instructions so I know exactly which of these tables are actually connected to a caller and which ones aren't. And how feasible it would be for me to do the same thing with picking songs. Like I would do like pick song, right? And then from there I'll go back and read what you wrote, Bude. I know it disappeared on the stream, but I know it's there. I just don't want to forget what I'm saying. And so I want to do like pick song, and it'll be like Heart 2, and it'll be like Heart 2, a song from one of the first acts you saw live. Did you choose the show? Or did someone take you? And it would be like that, right? But I want to do something like that, where I come up with a way to have that interaction with stream. But I need to read through the instructions to see, or through the game and see like how they interpret what the caller is and how they interact with the stream themselves, right? And I think that would be fun. A fun way to create an interaction with stream. All right, let me go back and read this. I was very excited for the Colonial Gothic until I tried to make a character in spite of their poor editing and layout. Within one chapter, it gave me conflicting values for the point buy system. Oh no. Then places still had the editor's paragraph break symbol, a lot of them. Oh my god, what a nightmare. Because it's like, it's not like you go reading a book, a new handbook, and just want them to fail. I'm willing to overlook so much. And I do overlook so much when I'm reading through editions of books. It's just like, I just need you to work with me. I want you to succeed, you know? It wasn't their first edition. Yikes, bro. That's awful. And it's like, that is a true nightmare. What a nightmare. But yeah, or I have the like pick song, and then I'm like, I have it on the button or whatever myself, so like on my macro pad, and it'll just automatically write it there, and then for me it'll pop up the prompt. It'll do the random roll through Nightbot or whatever. It'll choose, you know, Heart of 4 or whatever. And then that will trigger something on my side and it'll pop up the prompt for stream. And and then I will then do my audio stuff to figure it out. I feel like the hardest part about this is going to come up with the playlist for these songs and then figuring out a good way to do it, like radio station wise. And then also then deciding if I want to do like some sort of soundboard, kind of like some of the FM channels have, or if I just want to keep it like more chill. Again, it depends. I have to read through this system comprehensively to figure out the right way to do it. I also am not in love with the way that they outline the rules in this way. I'm like, why are you not confident enough in what you've told me? To then tell me the order of operation after every section. I'm a little nervous. Let me just tell you, I'm a little nervous about going into this and outlining it and learning how the rules rule. But I am excited about it. Even if I'm not in love with the rules of this game, I'm not afraid to write my own rules, you know? It's like I am confident enough with my own game writing abilities to be able to take this concept and make it into something that will serve me for stream. If that makes sense. I know what I want to get out of this system or out of this concept, right? I know that I want to play music on stream and have a good time with you guys. Some of my favorite streams back in the day were doing the Twitch karaoke streams with you guys. I don't think anybody here was around during the Twitch karaoke days, but on Fridays, when I was in a particularly good mood, I would pull up the Twitch Sings, and we would just like have a really good time doing some karaoke on Twitch Sings, and so I want to bring that energy into this because I think music can be very dynamic in that way. But I also think I know that some songs just kind of keep going. A lot of songs will just continue to repeat themselves. You know, it's like we get your verse, chorus, and verse, and then we just repeat ourselves for the next 2 minutes from after what we said. So I want to be able to. I know I want to be able to then edit the songs as I go, or like crossfade into the new song, or fade out and come in with something else. To me, first and foremost, a system book needs to be accessible for the folks reading it so they can easily find what they need to play the game, even if the book is upwards. Yes. And it's like Trooper was showing me the GURPS book, and GURPS, from my understanding, is a wildly, I don't want to say complicated, but it is like reading through an index through the whole book is what it feels like. From the little bit I've seen of it, where it's just choices on choices on choices, which is the point of GURPS, right? Because it's a system for everything. However, it has one of the best indexes I've seen in a really long time when it comes to RPG books. It is embarrassing how some books will just not have an index. I know that's obnoxious. Like, I know it's obnoxious. I know it's obnoxious to do it. But I cannot explain to you how easy it was to learn D&D, Dungeons and Dragons 5e, in and out because of my ability to just flip to the end of the book and look up anything I needed. Like, I simply refuse to learn magic systems in books that don't have an index or don't have a good organization of their spells, or any magic like abilities, like psionics, right? Like anything like that. If I don't have an index, if I don't have my table of contents I am simply not going to bother to learn that system. Um, I agree wholeheartedly, Sphinx. It's just like I said, the thing I hate the most is when a book is designed for the first time reader and not for the long time player. And if I have been playing, like, if I played, imagine playing D&D, but like even the book itself, you don't necessarily need the index on D&D because they do such a good visual job in the 5e book. I can't talk about any of the other books because I don't own them, nor have I really read through them. But I have read the 5e book forwards and backwards several times. They do such a good job of making a visual indication of breaking up each portion of the book that and create a visual vocabulary for you to understand, okay, yes, this is how you do here is the level table. This is what you get at these levels and so and so. So help me a glossary, yeah, please, God. And it's just like, and even in the sections themselves, they will have go to page so and so for more information or whatever. They also have nice bold headers. They're not afraid of having empty space on the page to indicate that this is a new section. And so many books don't have that. So D&D didn't necessarily need to have the glossary, but it helps a lot. Or the index, it helps a lot. Like, thank you so very much for having that for me. And because they did such a good visual job, but that's the bare minimum. You should have that in your book. You should have good separation from one thing to another. It's like we're not out here like fighting to make a certain page count and not go over, like I have a link open for the game Apollo 47 Technical Handbook, 1-page game, 9 pages of advice, 13 pages of prompts, 1,177 pages of NAS technical manual, an index is so key, and so help me a glossary. Crowding the text to save that page count. Exactly. It's just like, it drives me insane. I've had lengthy conversations with Trooper about my opinions on books, RPG books, TTRPG books in particular. It's like, if I'm scrolling through this, I should be able to know where I am in your book. I should be able to see something, have some sort of landmark visually to know where I am. Like in Wretched Wasteland, which is not my most favorite written book, but like we have something on each page to indicate where I am in the book, right? And then we have these huge. Is the font hard to read? Absolutely. But all I need is this. All I need is the symbol. And it's like, oh, I'm on the hearts page. Oh, I'm on the diamonds page. Oh, I'm at the clubs. Oh, I'm there. And it's just like, it doesn't have an index, but it has enough for me, right? Like if I see this very black half page, I'm like, oh, I know where I'm at the beginning of a new section. And even if I didn't have that, then I have the picture of the symbol of that, right? Like, they make a very, like, this is the rules right here. That's it. These are the rules of the game. This page, that's it. Those are the rules. Everything else is just like establishing. Oh, and this is also a different rule. The map, which also very, very obvious. But like, everything's so easy to identify here. Even without, like, we have the table of contents here, which is nice. They're not very descriptive, but like, That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. Especially with such a short book. I'm not expecting miracles. I just want obvious differentiation between sections. And it's very difficult for some of these games to have that. I think Space 1887 or something took the cake for me for giving me a lot of information I can't decipher. And I like a chunky game, yeah. It's ridiculous sometimes, and I feel like there need to be more like seminars about book overlays. I think there needs to be some professional development about how to do book overlays in TTRPGs. Um, I think some people need to go to like textbook seminars. Like, I just like, I maybe there's just not enough information out there. Maybe people who are writing these games, like, your first one's always gonna suck. I understand that, but like, especially with some of these books that have like editors, multiple book people working on the book layout, um, like the design, the writing, the layout. When you have like 5 people under there, when you have like 2, 3 artists in there, I'm just like, I don't understand how it's just so it just I don't understand how we got through so many people without somebody pointing out, hey, maybe we should do this or that. I can forgive smaller games because smaller games is only one, maybe 2 people working on the actual book itself, right? So I understand that, but apart from that, it's just like, I don't know, it drives me insane. Leia is so key into getting me into your book, exactly. And have a good night, Bude. Thanks so much for stopping by. I have to hop off here in a second also. But so that's my idea here for this game. My idea for this game is I would like to play music for us. I would like to do so using prompts and having the challenge of choosing songs that could mesh together. I would like to have an option um for having um interaction with chat. I It's gonna be a lot of background, again, a lot of stuff I'm not gonna do on stream. It's just a lot of background work I have to do myself. I want this to force me to redo my virtual audio setup. Because right now I use Voicemeeter Banana. It's great. I love Voicemeeter. But Voicemeeter Banana only has two outputs and one input. I've needed more than 2 outputs since basically I set this up, since I set it up on this computer. And Voicemeeter has another option. It's called Voicemeeter Potato, with like 3, 4, or 5 more slots for me to do stuff in. And there's more virtual cables I can buy. I have another virtual cable out there that I'm not using, so like, and for those of you who aren't familiar, virtual cables are just like real cables you would use IRL if you had these things separated. So for example, Spotify, you have to imagine Spotify being like a record player that you're connecting to your system to then be able to hear through your headphones along with what you have on your computer. So they're both going through the same so they go into the same channels and you can hear them on your same headset at the same time. The same thing with Discord. It's just thinking of it like a phone that you're connecting to your computer physically. So you could hear it on the same headset you're listening to Spotify and your actual computer with, and like computer stuff. It's how you have to think about it. Otherwise, it gets too complicated. So I have a cord going from Discord into my Voicemeeter, so I can hear it through my headset and have it in one channel, so you guys can also hear it. But I can physically control how loud it is by itself. I know Discord has its own options, but I myself would like to have more options of raising and lowering it on a broad sense. The same thing with Spotify. I would like to control which places my cable goes to. But like I said, I need more. I need more options because I have Spotify. Spotify is my you can hear this on stream, but it doesn't go into the VOD slot. I'm also thinking I don't know what I want to do with the VOD for this one because the VOD's gonna have nothing. The VOD's gonna be me saying things and dancing and like vibing to the song, and then no song playing. So I'm thinking of recording it on my end and then maybe uploading it somewhere. I can't do it on YouTube because that'll instantly get fucking caught. Um, I don't know where I could upload it though. I'm gonna have to do research on that. I know I could upload it technically on Patreon, and I technically have a Patreon. It's just not open, I don't think. I don't know if Ko-Fi has an option for me to do that. I'm gonna look into it. But I think that's eventually what I'm gonna do. Not having it's not like anybody goes to the YouTube anyways. So, um, I think that's ideally what I'm gonna do, but I'm not sure right now. But that's my plan for right now. My goals for the next game, just like in this game, my goals were to learn how to make a card, practice more art, cool it a little bit on and figure out how to do 2 cameras at once. That was my goal with this game. With my next game, it's going to be to better my audio setup in the background, things that you guys aren't privy to. But things that are very important to me to be able to control and to manipulate. And then figure out how to best create playlists. Because that's an issue that I've had with the past 2 games with I needed music for stuff, but not knowing the best way to do so. So I'm hoping that this game forces me to do that, and also to have a satisfying mechanic for this caller mechanic in this game. That is my goal here. Whether Void 1680 does that for me or not, we're using Void 1680 as a template. And then from there, we'll figure it out. But yeah, thank you guys so much for stopping by and hanging out. Thank you so much, Nilly, for the resub at the top of stream. A whole 30 months is absolutely bonkers. I'm very grateful for everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for letting me know, hey, I have a fucking affiliate anniversary happening. I had no clue until you guys told me. So thank you guys so much for all of that. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you guys so much for like the good conversation. We got a bunch of cards done, and I'm excited to get some more cards done this weekend. I really kind of want to get it done this weekend, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evenings, mornings, days. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you guys hopefully on Monday, and if not, for sure on Tuesday. And hopefully I see you guys on Wednesday for this game at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate, and I'll see you guys all in the next one. Bye! And as always, you guys are the best. I love you guys. Between me getting sick for like all month, all of the month of just like March, in all of April, actually, it's the 26th. Holy moly, it's already the 26th. Who would have guessed? And I was sick all of April, which was a bummer because like my birthday was in April, and I was hoping to have a good April, but you know, you win some, you lose some in this life. And that was a lose some, let me tell you. But thank you guys for being there, supporting me, continuing your subs, and yeah, it just means a ton to me, and I appreciate just knowing that I have this continued support because I can do some cool things, you know? I can do some cool things on stream. I have some fun ideas that I want to constantly be doing, and doing them with RPGs has been like a great outlet. So thank you guys for allowing me to learn how to do TTRPG things on my own channel. It's something I've wanted to do for a while, but since I don't like GMing, it's been difficult to kind of figure out how to do it on my own time, on my own channel. So, because of you guys, I've been able to kind of explore that and figure it out. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekends. I hope you guys stay safe, stay warm, stay healthy, and or stay cool, depending on where you are in the world. And I'll see you guys in the next one.